Welcome, everybody, to the City of Farmers Branch City Council meeting for Tuesday, February 17th. Our first order of business will be our invocation and our pledges. So if you would, please join me. Heavenly Father, we ask that you shine your light on our city this evening as we're here to do important business for our community. Help us to remember that we are here to serve others and not ourselves, that we are here to make decisions that will move our community forward, recognizing that we serve many different people. Give us guidance to look beyond ourselves. We ask that you shine your light on our police officers and firefighters, first responders. They serve our community every day without fail, and we ask that you keep them safe. And finally, may the blessings that you have given us be a reminder that serving others is service to you. In Jesus' name, we thank you. Amen. If you would, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, one and indivisible. Okay. Well, this is the fun part of the meeting because we have several ceremonial items tonight, and the first of which is presentation of the 2026 Witness to History Award to Clare Connley. So bear with me, I've got a little bit to read here. On behalf of the city, I am honored to present this award to Clare. Clare, let me just tell you a little bit about her. Clare graduated from the University of Arkansas at Little Rock and later moved to Farmers Branch area in 1966 with her husband, Kirk. Kirk later served on the Farmers Branch City Council for several years. Clare taught first grade at several private schools and later worked in finance and healthcare. As an active member of Chapel Hill United Methodist Church and the Women's Society of Christian Faith, her faith has always been a big part of her life. After her retirement, Clare continued her dedication to the community by volunteering at the Farmers Branch Historical Park. During her decades of service with the historical park, Clare assisted with school tours, from dressing in costume to portraying historical figures associated with each historic structure, to playing the pump organ, right? You didn't? Okay, scratch that. She didn't play that. Okay, somebody was embellishing. Okay. She was a founding member of the 501c3 to support the park. She served on the Historical Preservation and Restoration Board from 2004 to 2018 and was instrumental in advocating for the new Events Center, Venue 1842, on the Historical Park grounds. Clare has been involved with the City of Farmers Branch Women's Club for over 26 years. Their mission of helping young people afford college has resulted in annual fundraisers which typically awards scholarships of $1,000 to $1,500 to 10 to 15 graduating seniors from the CFB ISD. And it is with great pride that the City Council and the Historical Preservation and Restoration Board recognize Clare as the 2026 individual recipient of the Witness to History Award. So, I know you have members of your family that are here, and I want you to say a few words. I know you will.
A few words.
Yeah. Well, we're on time schedule. No. But let me just read what this says. It says, Farmers Branch City Council and the Historical Preservation and Restoration Board recognize Clare Connley as the 2026 resident recipient of the Farmers Branch Witness to History Award, February 2026. So. Mike is yours.
I'm going to try to be brief. You know, those of you who know me, that's hard. This is unbelievable because I was a docent and I was on the board when Marge and I helped develop this whole idea. And I'm really kind of embarrassed. Marge should be up here. She wrote the thing, but it's an honor. I love the historical park. I love the city. If you don't know, you may go for the 4th of July and all of the wonderful events we have, but those structures all have wonderful history. And some of us might even go back and talk to you about it. But I'm proud of the city for taking care of the park. We've had a changeover, and I was very concerned about what would happen to the park, and there are plans for it, and you have, and there's staff there now, and I'm thrilled because we really do love the historical park. And I love you guys. Thank you for this.
Next up, we have the presentation of the 2026 Witness to History Award to Pete's Cafe. So again, I'm honored to recognize a longtime institution here in Farmers Branch, Pete's Cafe, with the 2026 Witness to History Award. Let me give you a little background. Pete's Cafe in Farmers Branch, a beloved local favorite, offers warm, family-owned dinner experience with an emphasis on Southern hospitality. Known for its hot, fresh, home-style breakfast classics in a relaxed, welcoming setting, it's a place where the coffee keeps flowing and the service is always friendly. The bustling atmosphere and hearty food make it a staple for breakfast lovers, but it's a cozy dinner vibe and community feel that keep folks coming back. Opened in 1975 by the Virgos family, Pete's Cafe began when Beltline was still a 2-lane road bordered by farms and pasture land. The Virgos family operated the cafe until the early 1990s when the Reeves family purchased it and hired Jose Hernandez, and Jose began his career at Pete's serving coffee and steadily rose through the ranks, eventually becoming a co-owner of the restaurant alongside his siblings. Over the decades, lasting friendships have formed and have been captured in a photo album of longtime customers displayed on the table just inside the door. Generations have grown up at Pete's, sharing meals and memories that continue to define the cafe's heart. Pete's Cafe has worked tirelessly to give back to the community, and it shows by supporting Meals on Wheels, MetroCrest Services, the CFB ISD, local churches, and as serving as a Toys for Tots donation drop-off site. So it's with great pleasure and pride that the City Council and the Historical Preservation and Restoration Board recognize Pete's Cafe as the 2026 business recipient of the Witness to History Award. So again, I'll read it. It said Farmers Branch City Council and the Historical Preservation and Restoration Board recognize Pete's Cafe as the 2026 business recipient of the Farmers Branch Witness to History Award, February 2026.
Jose's a little shy, but just, obviously, we're very, beyond grateful and blessed. Thank you so much. We're very, we started working at Pete's, and then they basically passed down the torch to us, so we hope that we're doing service to everybody, and we enjoy, obviously love Pete's. We've been there, Jose has been for 20-something years, myself, 18, Francisco, probably 20-something years, so we basically grew up there. So we're very blessed and very grateful for all the support, and we hope that we continue serving you guys and continue improving our service to everybody. Thank you so much for everything.
All right, next up is presentation of a proclamation to Parish Episcopal Schools football team for their TAPS D1 state championship. We're on pretty big over at Parish. Okay. So this is exciting, and I know we've done this before, and it's always fun to do, but your football team's great. And they definitely play at a high level. They were a powerhouse Division I, TAPS Division I team, which has a history of championships, and so this is just adding to that. So I have a proclamation that I'm going to read, and this is from the Office of the Mayor. So whereas the Parish Episcopal football team played against the Prestonwood Christian football team at the TAPS Division I State Championship on December 5th, 2025, and secured a 14-7 victory to earn the state title. And whereas the championship is a significant achievement for the student athletes, coaching staff, families, and Parish Episcopal school community. And whereas throughout the 2025 season, the team demonstrated excellence on and off field through preparation, teamwork, sportsmanship, and leadership, culminating in a championship run that reflected the program's commitment to a high standard. And whereas the City of Farmers Branch celebrates achievements that recognize hard work, character, and service, and recognizes the positive example of student athletes and what that sets for their peers in the community. Now, therefore, I, Terry Lynn, Mayor of the City of Farmers Branch, do hereby commend the Parish Episcopal School football team for winning the TAPS Division I State Championship and for representing their school and our community with pride, discipline, and excellence.
I'll be real quick here, then I'll turn it over to Dr. Rush. Our head of school has a little memento for the mayor. But first of all, we are honored to be here and to represent you guys. It's an honor of a lifetime to coach this team, to be here and represent this great city. I want to recognize, without these guys, none of this is possible. So I want to recognize the players that are here. They did an outstanding job this season. Football is incredibly hard. To accomplish what they've accomplished and to win a state championship is not easy to do. They work tirelessly to make that happen. They make us proud. They're excellent students, excellent citizens of the community. We couldn't be more proud of them. And then also our assistant coaches that are here as well, Coach Lucero, Coach Cummings, Coach Walker, Coach Abaroa, Coach Swinford. I hope I didn't miss anybody, but those guys too pour their hearts and souls into mentoring these kids and making them the best they can be. They spend countless hours around these kids and making sure that they are getting the mentorship that they need and making that positive impact on their lives. So we are incredibly thrilled to be here. We took 1 year off. We came 5 years in a row, and now we're back again. So we're certainly excited to be here, and hopefully we'll see you guys again next year. And we thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Rush here real quick.
I'll be quick. Obviously, we really try to be the shining star from an educational standpoint in Farmers Branch. I'm blessed to be the head of school there. Coach Novikov's done a great job with our program and the young men that he helps foster into greater young men. And football is a way we do that. And as he said, 6 of the last 7 years, we've been really fortunate to win the state title, and we don't take that for granted. And every year we fire up, and the standard is very high. So we are blessed to be here, and certainly congratulations, Coach and the boys. Let's do it again next year. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Farmers Branch.
Well, thank you. We have some tokens for you too. So we've got this football here that has Parish Episcopal School on it. Wisdom, honor, and service. State champions, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2025. So it's up to you all. And we also have some Farmers Branch Challenge coins that have parish football on it. So we're going to give those to you right here. But
Let's get a photo. Get a photo.
absolutely.
Sweatshirt too. We got to get you in there.
Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Okay, right here. I want some guys in the front, maybe kneeling down or getting low.
Let the captains, Drew, Hunter, y'all get up
guys
front.
in the front.
Hunter, captains, y'all get up front.
Squeeze in some of you guys in the front. And me.
I mean, Pusateri, you're probably gonna have to.
Bring the mayor to the middle. Mr. Mayor, come on. Come to the middle here in front. Yeah. There you go. Now we go.
There you go. All right.
3, 2, 1. Big smiles, guys. 3, 2, 1. One more. Here. Nice. Want to say champions?
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, y'all, be sure to get your medals here.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations again. What? All right.
Wearing hoodies already, Just don't hold flowers and plants up to
Thank you so much.
All right. We have one more. So, one more item to recognize, and then I promise we'll get to a council meeting. But this is to recognize the authors, and I'm going to say this ahead of time. I already told them I'm going to butcher their names. But Sashikant and Singh, who are the authors of this book, which is Basics of Computers and Fundamentals of Artificial Intelligence. They wrote this book. This is a kid's book. But I started reading it, and I'll tell you what, as an adult, you could learn some things from this. It really put some of the basics of AI into terms that some of us old folks can understand. So let me just say that Sashikant is a technology professional, researcher, and educator with extensive experience in computers, computer systems, data analytics, and AI, with a deep interest in education and curriculum development. And Sai is also a technology enthusiast and educator with strong interest in computer fundamentals and emerging digital technologies. And so through the publishing of this book, they're able to help students build strong foundations in computing and confidently engage in the emerging technologies surrounding AI and encourage responsible learning. So I'm going to keep the book because we're going to have this in our library, but if you want to say a word, okay.
Good evening, Mayor, and Council and community members. Firstly, thank you so much for this opportunity. We are really honored to be here. Just want to give a gist of that. This is a basics of computers and fundamentals of artificial intelligence book, which we were trying to donate it to underserved students across the globe, wherein it is being a textbook for, as the curriculum for UK and some parts of India. We identified some schools there. So we were able to, conceptualize this and make it happen just because of the support we happened to get from the leadership here. And also we were able to leverage the resources here. My grandfather used to say, anything you actually teach or anything you learn in this section of area 6 to 10 standards, it will actually come all through your life. So having that in our mind, we happen to write this book and give it to multiple parts of students, and wherein they can explore careers after their 10th standard. Well, we are residents of Farmers Branch, and we are very honored and proud to conceptualize this in this community with the support of Mayor and all the leadership here. Thank you so much. And we also have a couple of initiatives, like we were wanting to leverage AI and build a fitness app, smart app for athletes, and also we're coming up with a reverse osmosis water plant that can leverage AI. So, and I'm also proud that we are able to do that in Farmers Branch in this community, leveraging the resources and the support from Mayor. Thank you so much, sir. It really means to us, and we're very more than glad for being part of this council meeting. Thank you so much. And I'd also give it up to my co-author so that he could share some views. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mayor, Ben, and all the city council members. So, obviously, it's a great honor for us. So, to be able to present the book to you and launch the book under your guidance and present the first copy to you, Mayor. So, all the good things about the book are already covered by my co-author. So, I would like to add just few things. So, let's say whatever we learn in 6 to 10 standards, we feel like those are the fundamental steps where for an individual to grow in his career. So that is the basic idea for us to come up with this book. So, and also we would like to take out the myth that AI is nothing but it's everyday usage that we use every day and that we leverage every day. and concepts of machine learning, deep learning, everything are very simple. So we can start with basics, and it will be very simple to leverage AI and other concepts. So yeah, so I would also like to take out the myth that AI will not take away the jobs. We need human intervention along with artificial intelligence to build a successful product. So that's all I would like to say. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you all for giving this opportunity.
And they're also residents of Farmers Branch, so they live in Mercer Crossing, so that makes it extra special. Okay, next up are items of community interest.
Good evening. Tonight we are celebrating a very special milestone, our 80th anniversary. The City of Farmers Branch commemorates 8 decades of growth since its incorporation of February 23rd, 1946. Join us as we honor the memories, progress, and community spirit that makes this city the place we are proud to call home. To mark the occasion, the Farmers Branch Police Department has also unveiled a new badge recognizing 80 years of dedicated service to our community. Happy birthday, Farmers Branch. Yes, give it up. Early voting for the upcoming primary election runs from February 17th through February 27th. Election day is March 3rd, 2026. During early voting, Dallas County uses a vote center model so you can vote at any official polling location. For the full list of polling sites and hours, visit dallascountyvotes.org. Today is Chinese New Year. The Chinese New Year 2026 begins today, February 17th, marking the start of the new year of the Fire Horse. The Lunar New Year in North Texas honors the region's large and vibrant Asian American community, fostering cultural unity and renewal. Local celebrations typically include traditions like lion dances, lantern festivals, and night markets. Happy New Year. And as always, you can sign up for City E-News at farmersranchtx.gov or by scanning the QR code on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, you go, clap. Take a little bit of a detour right now and go to the consent agenda first, and then we'll come back for citizen comment. So I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If you would, please indicate your vote accordingly. Yes. Are they working?
Sorry, it's lagging for some reason. Can you just do this one by hand, please?
Okay. We'll do this one by hand. If you would, please indicate your vote. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, next up is our public comments. I have several folks that have signed up to speak. Let me remind you, when you come up to the microphone, you'll have 3 minutes. Time starts, the green light starts, and when you hear the tone, that is your signal to stop. Please refrain from any disparaging remarks against any council member, board member, or staff. And our first speaker tonight is David Jones.
My name is David Jones, and we own a home at 3554 Golfing Green Drive, and we are here this evening to again urge City Council to pump the brakes and call off our election in May prior to our February 27th deadline. First, we need to thank Terry Lynn and Ben Williamson and all the behind-the-scenes team members who spent tremendous time and effort in gaining substantial concessions from DART. Based upon reporting in yesterday's Dallas Morning News, Terry and Ben's hard work has paid off. It has been reported that Dallas will give up its majority position on the DART board, and Farmers Branch will increase from 1/2 DART board member that we currently share with Plano to a full DART board member. DART board chair Randall Bryant announced that approximately 25% of DART sales tax will come back to member cities, including Farmers Branch. Terry, Ben, and your team, thank you for these significant achievements, all a result of your negotiations with DART, all to Farmers Branch's benefit. Second, we have an ask of City Council. When this City Council voted 3-2 to hold an election in May, which would result in Farmers Branch completely pulling out of DART potentially, it recalled a similar situation in September through October of 2024. Roger Neal and David Reed served on City Council at that time, and back then we were headed down a misguided path towards reducing the hours of service at our aquatic sanatorium, recreation center, and the Branch Connection. At the time, the plan to reduce hours at the Branch Connection was especially puzzling because we had just spent millions of dollars renovating the Branch Connection, only to propose closing it completely during the weekend and cutting back during the work week as well. But City Council deserves a lot of credit because you listened to your constituents then and you pivoted and you reversed course. Kudos to Farmers Branch City staff at the time who quickly reworked the numbers, and thankfully, we ultimately did not cut back the hours at our aquatic sanatorium, our recreation center, and our beautiful newly renovated Branch Connection, which we all enjoy today. City Council, we appreciate the fact that you listened to us then, and we are asking that you listen to us now. Let's celebrate the concessions that Terry and Ben have won for Farmers Branch. Let's call off the rush to the DART exits and cancel our election in May prior to our February 27th deadline. We can make it crystal clear to DART leadership that between now and November, if DART fails to live up to their concessions to Farmers Branch, then we can participate in an election in November. If we schedule an election in November, we will still be within our every 6-year window of opportunity to do so, and most importantly, we will retain our leverage with DART. Calling off our election in May will also give us the opportunity to learn from any member cities who do vote to pull out of DART. We can gain insight from other member cities' experience, see how their residents are impacted, and determine how best to leverage or to serve all residents of Farmers Branch. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Carlo Pkwy.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Carlo Pkwy. I'm a resident of Farmers Branch at 3405 Rock Martin Drive. I've been a resident for over a decade, and I'm here as a parent. On February 11th, my 5-year-old son, Canyon, and his youth soccer team were directed to stop practicing in a city park, Templeton Trails Park, after a neighbor complaint. The officer cited Section 50-36(7) of the City Code. I want to be very clear about the facts. This was a small youth practice held twice a week between 6 and 7:30 p.m. in an open, non-reserved park. There was no exclusive use, no safety risk, no obstruction, and no disruption of other park users. Section 50-36(7) applies only when an activity creates a danger to the public or constitutes a public nuisance. Neither condition existed. A complaint alone does not meet that legal standard. Section 50-39 further requires that any additional park restrictions be formally adopted and posted to be enforceable. To date, no posted rule has been identified that prohibits this type of low-impact youth activity. My concern tonight is not enforcement. It is clarity and consistency. Families should not have to guess whether ordinary youth recreation is allowed in public parks or fear that a single complaint will shut it down. I'm respectfully asking the city to do 2 things. First, confirm that small, non-exclusive youth practices are permitted absent danger or nuisance. Second, provide clear direction to staff and officers so enforcement is based on the ordinance, not subjective complaints. City parks exist to support children, families, and community life. If a 5-year-old soccer practice that harms no one violates city code, then that should be stated plainly, because that is not how residents understand or use our parks today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Richard Jackson. Don't see him. So Max Broderick.
Good evening. Max Broderick, 13531 Rawhide Parkway. Just wanted to revisit the parking of District 1 and 2. I was wondering if we could possibly stop commercial trucks from parking in the streets in the neighborhoods. It's been a problem for 30 years. And maybe if we got rid of the commercial trucks, that would clear things up a bit. If we could revisit that, that would be great. Because it's always a hustle trying to get through those streets. You know what I mean. And I'm sure it is for the fire department, police, and everybody else. Garbage trucks, they have a problem with all that parking. I mean, at night, you know, the only way you can see the other car is with the lights. It's just lined on both sides with cars. And if we could get rid of the commercial vehicles off the street, that would make a lot of room, because those commercial vehicles are like box trucks and huge trucks on this street there. It may already be in the code, but I'd like to see it enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all the folks that we have signed up to speak tonight. So thank you. We'll move on to our regular agenda item, public hearing, rather, item K1. Conduct a public hearing and consider approving ordinance number 3985, authorizing a specific use permit for a restaurant on an approximately .27 acre property located at 2243 Valwood Parkway, located within Planned Development District number 22, and take appropriate action.
All right, well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. Good evening. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be presenting before you this evening. I'm Brian Campbell, planner with the Planning Department, here to present to you on the specific use permit for 2243 Valwood Parkway. And so this is the subject property. It is zoned Plan Development District number 22, and this is an SUP request for a restaurant. And so the applicant is Chris Sittler with Sittler Architecture. He is requesting approval of a specific use permit for a restaurant for the existing building located here at 2243 Valwood Parkway. As you'll see here on the site plan immediately to the east, we have 2245 Valwood Parkway, which is currently being utilized as an office building. And I also wanted to point out that the applicant has designated to the south of 2243 Valwood Parkway a site for a potential second restaurant located to the south of the property. And so while tonight's request is focused on this existing building, I did want to discuss this development in terms of that proposed second restaurant, just to provide some clarity on what the process will look like should they decide to move forward with that. Should the applicant decide to move forward with that second restaurant, they will first be required to replat the property to combine 2243 and 2245 Valwood into a single lot in order to accommodate all the parking that will be required for both restaurants and the office building. And after that, that will require them to amend the specific use permit pending its approval tonight, as SUPs run with the land, and so they would have to amend the SUP to accommodate that whole tract. And so turning to parking and landscaping requirements, as shown on your screen, I have outlined the parking and landscaping requirements for both tonight's request and that future proposed restaurant. As shown in both scenarios for each, the applicant is exceeding those requirements. Any interior or exterior modifications required will be those illustrated on the floor plan and elevations included with your agenda packet materials. And so turning to the recommendations of the Farmers Branch 2045 plan, the Farmers Branch 2045 plan does designate the subject property and the surrounding area as industrial. With this land use recommendation, the plan does recommend a mix of single-use industrial uses focused on employment, business, and industry. Therefore, the recommended land uses are office, research, industrial, manufacturing, warehousing, and distribution. And so given that, the applicant's proposal is not consistent with the Farmers Branch 2045 plan. However, I would point out the applicant's proposal does have the potential to bring about additional economic vitality to this area through sales from the restaurant. And I would also point out that while the Farmers Branch 2045 plan is a guide for how we would like to see the city develop in the future, zoning will always take precedence as it is the law. I can affirm that all public notification requirements prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing and the City Council public hearing tonight were followed. At their January 12th meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission did unanimously recommend approval of this request. And in between the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing and tonight's City Council public hearing, staff did receive 2 letters in support of this request. And so with that, that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take those. But we do have the applicant here with us as well, should you have any questions for them. Otherwise, I thank you for your time this evening. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Brian. We'll start with Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Thank you, Brian. I think your 3 minutes were up a long time ago. Do we know what kind of restaurant this is going to be?
Yes, it's going to be a barbecue restaurant, according to the applicant.
So will they have to, because you showed us the plan for parking if they do the second restaurant. Either way, they're going to have to come back to approve that second one, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's kind of all I had for now. Thank you.
No problem.
Councilwoman Bennett.
Is there any thought on what the second restaurant might be?
Good question.
No.
I will defer that to the applicant. Oh, no.
Thank you.
Councilman Reed.
And I apologize, what's the current usage of that building?
It's an office.
It's an office, okay. Seems to me being surrounded by all those other offices and warehouses, a restaurant would do extremely well there.
Absolutely.
Provided it was good food.
Absolutely.
Councilwoman Vivian Franca.
Brian, you always do such a phenomenal job. Thank you so much for your detailed report. And thank you for
Thank you.
considering Farmers Branch. I think it would be wonderful to have a new restaurant here in the city. Thank you.
Councilman Neal.
Thank you, Brian. Great job as usual.
Thank you, sir.
I would also concur with Councilman Reed that a restaurant in that area surrounded by a lot of offices might do very well in that area, so I'd be in favor of this.
Okay. Go ahead. I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm just curious, I think restaurant addition to that area would be welcomed. I'm concerned about parking and also access to that site. Because you're just coming over the railroad tracks, correct? And then you'd have to make a immediate turn in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we see any issue with traffic coming, say, behind the vehicle that's trying to turn in? Because they're coming over that hill to possibly a stopped car that might be trying to get in. I'm just...
Absolutely. And that's a great question, Mayor. So I can affirm that this was reviewed by both our fire department and our public works department, and they did not foresee any issues with the applicant's proposal at this time. However, if they do decide to come back for that second restaurant and they have to amend the SUP, both departments will re-review the site plan for any potential issues.
Okay. Is there enough room for a possible right turn in lane to be cut that would take somebody out of the normal westbound traffic? Do you know?
I do not, but
Okay.
I can research the matter and find
No,
out.
I'm just asking the question. I don't know if it's material or not, but my only concern is cars coming over the railroad tracks and not rear-ending somebody that's maybe waiting to make a turn into the parking lot or not. So,
Sure.
But if you all think that that is not going to be a factor, then it may be a factor of future growth with a
Sure.
second restaurant, though. So, okay. Councilman, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no.
So, this is, well, let me just ask or say, this is a public hearing. I do not have anybody signed up to speak on it. If council has any questions for the applicant, seeing none, we'll move to close the public hearing.
Yep. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we close the public hearing.
I second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve ordinance number 3985.
I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 3985. If you would, please indicate your vote. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Best of luck. Let us know when you're open.
Thank you all so much.
Okay. At this time, we are going to go back into executive session before we discuss the next two items. So, council, if you would take 10 minutes, and when we will come back out here and then have discussion on L1 and L2.
I want to clarify 10 minutes to go to.
Have that. We'll be out here as soon as we're finished done.
Perfect. Sorry.
L1, discuss and review alternative public transit service and take appropriate action.
All right, Mayor, Council, Ben Williamson, City Manager for the City of Farmers Branch. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss alternative transit services. Just to be clear, this is a discussion relating to what service might look like should there be an election and should there be a desire of the residents of Farmers Branch to go in a different direction away from DART. And so this is to present those options. The agenda packet has all of the details, I believe 6 attachments and hundreds of pages of documentation to highlight the journey to this point. But what we're going to talk about now is where we are today. And so what we did in this instance is we released a request for information. So this is a purchasing mechanism we can use to get more information, typically on more complex subjects, matters, programs that aren't a typical, are you qualified for it, which would be a professional service, or proposals for something we would typically bid out. So this is what it's going to look like when we do a request for information. We submitted multiple pages of what we would need transit to be in Farmers Branch should we need to fill a gap that would be left. And so it talks about these, and you look at what if there's a change in membership with DART, what would transit services be? And this is unique for Farmers Branch. It's going to be tailored to Farmers Branch as well. It's going to address the concerns we've heard from the residents and guests of Farmers Branch too. So one of the biggest components was ADA and paratransit. So the RFI had clear provisions that this had to be addressed and what would it look like. Can they do it? We want proof of performance. We want to know you can deliver this service and it needs to be turnkey, ready to go immediately so there's not a gap in service. And again, this does put us in a position of saying we don't know what to do or what would happen should there be a change. This would purely be saying there is an alternative solution to consider. This does fit with the alignment of the City Council to say Farmers Branch is always pro-mass transit, and our part would be this connection piece to join the larger regional mass transit system if we were to have a different pathway. So, as we heard in the previous slide, right, day one, continuity. And the way it's been discussed is could this run in parallel to existing DART services so residents could understand how the service would work? And the answer is yes. And so that is part of the component as well to ensure that it's ready to go and residents would know how to use it. It's one thing to say service would be ready day one. It's another to have it ready negative 30 days to the actual point. So where residents and visitors and guests could actually see how the service would be deliverable. Again, ADA compliant, that's critical. And then citywide coverage, so when we talk about that, it's not just citywide, it would be up to the council, which would be what is citywide and what does access to the larger region look like? Doesn't mean it has to end at the Farmers Branch border. Well, we have not heard, we've heard from one business that has said absolutely that mass transit is critical for our function. We've engaged with that business to make sure they understand that there are solutions available. Other members of our business community have given a different answer, which is we would prefer to not be in this alignment with the existing mass transit structure. And that's been very strong, especially in the station area businesses, where it's almost been unanimous from everybody we've talked to. The feedback has been, we would like a different alternative that maybe changes this alignment because some of the outcomes and effects are not desirable for us as business owners and actually hurt our business model. So we look at cost, everything else, all of this is a transparent in the RFI. Council will know exactly what the cost is, but the biggest thing on here is data. Any type of response required would need to be able to report to the council and say, who is using the transit, why, where are they going to and from, to where, again, it's not to say we want to see where everybody's going. It's to say as the council, as the policy group, you can tailor the service delivery to make the maximum impact on the residents of Farmers Branch, something you can't currently do. And so we released the RFI. We got 3 responses. So Rideco, again, you may know them more through their mass transit deliverables. So they're going to be the software behind the current transit alternatives that are out there, such as Uber and Lyft. You'll see them in place in other cities. It basically bridges the gap and forms mass transit out of existing microtransit components. Userve, and I might be mispronouncing that one, they're going to be more specialized when it came into the ADA paratransit sector, but they do have examples they were able to give of service delivery beyond that specialty. And then Via, we see them more often locally with different, you'll see them in Grand Prairie, Arlington, Denton. You see them around the region. We're more familiar with their service delivery. And the key component here is all three confirmed the feasibility and readiness. So we know that these transit service alternatives could work. So it comes down to is what is the recommendation for the city of Farmers Branch? And so it comes down to, are we prepared? Yes, you don't have to worry about any type of service cliff, which means will there be bumps? Any type of program change? Yes. There will be hiccups, there will be opportunities. The team will catch them, they will adjust, and they will fix them. It's what the team does that works here at the City of Farmers Branch. They will make sure it's successful. We protect our riders, make sure that everybody's taken care of. That's been the biggest concern you've heard at the different meetings is this person has this need, this person needs to get from here to here. This will all be addressed in these solutions. Local control, we hear that all the time, but you will retain maximum control of how service is delivered. And again, y'all haven't selected anyone at this point in time. This is just looking at an RFI and the responses to see what is the best possible fit for the City of Farmers Branch. So we did rank them in the staff report, and we're going to look at the responses as far as where they go. The one that's recommended based on response and fit to the City of Farmers Branch is VIA. It's a service you're familiar with. It's a service you've interacted with and seen out there in the region. And so with that, council, this item is marked for action. It's looking for you to say, would you like for us to go forward with any next steps to select the correct business to begin contract and discussions with, to be prepared for any next steps? With that, council, take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. I will start at my left with Councilwoman Gonzalez.
So us as council, we can change anything with these riderships, right? So that we can see where residents are going and we can adjust where these, like VIA, for example. We can adjust where VIA will go even though it's outside of our borders.
Absolutely. And we anticipate that being the case, and that was something we followed up with them about. And you can scale, you can set the rates, you can set what advertisements are allowed to be on there, if any. So there's a lot of flexibility, but the biggest thing is the council will set the rates as a fee of the city. So you all will set those rates. You will set presumably door-to-door service, because that's something we talked about being a convenience factor. And for the residents, we've all seen folks waiting for transit, and sometimes Texas weather can be not the friendliest. And so it's one of those, the goal is to maintain the current service level, but it doesn't mean it can't be a better standard of care in delivering that service level. And also making sure the periphery of the city, we're surrounded by a lot of great places, other organizations, and so the council can direct, we want to make sure we can go this far away from the city and connect to larger points of destination to fill that gap, including the rail stations that are outside of Farmers Branch.
Councilwoman Bennett.
Well, you said it, door to door. That is what we've spoken about. And we've also discussed that this, regardless to what we do, it will not increase. It will not be above what the DART fee would be, correct? So that it wouldn't be a fee change for the residents effectively.
That is how it's been structured from a budgeting standpoint, correct, 100%.
Councilman Reed.
And just to go back to what you said in parallel, the plan, and correct me if I'm wrong, would be, if we're going to go down this road, would be to start at, say, April 1. I'm just throwing, don't hold me to, I'm just throwing a date out in the air. We would start April 1 providing the service so that residents have the ability to test drive this, see how it fits into their needs, their schedules. We as a city can see how it fits in. And like you said, there would be no gap if something were to happen on May 2nd. We already have the system in place. Folks are familiar with it, and it's providing the service that we're looking to provide. Is that accurate?
It's 100% accurate. The one thing we would add to that is it also allows the voters to be more informed and understand what the future could be should there be a different direction that the voters would like to go. So instead of that unknown of we don't know what it's going to be, the residents, voters of Farmers Branch will know exactly what the future could be.
Right. And one of the great things I like about it is it now puts the service on the resident's schedule as opposed to having to rely on the current provider's schedule. Is that accurate?
Correct. It's 100% accurate. And via the one that is in the lead position from the staff perspective, they have an app, they have a call center, and we can request service levels and needs to fit the residents of Farmers Branch. So 100% correct. So you get the best of the private transit world and the public transit world in those connection points, a friendlier service to help you move around Farmers Branch.
And then also, like you said, with the reporting, it gives us the capability to see when usage is highest, usage is lowest, hot spots, so to speak, cater to specific groups that might have a set schedule, a workplace that relies heavily on public transportation. We can cater so that there's service available when that workplace the day ends and goes to a specific endpoint. So again, it's being able to utilize reliable data that we've up to now have not been able to get, and to cater those service needs to the residents based on that data.
100%. Data-driven is where we want to be, and this helps us bridge that gap and understand how to best serve the residents. One thing that's interesting about VIA, when we took a dive into the reporting metrics, we talked about cost. Cost containment was a big factor, and they warned us something is going to happen. Is the costs are going to go up? We're like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Are you raising prices? And they said no. But when we enter a market, people begin to use the service because they like this type of service better. And so cost containment will be a challenge, but for a good reason, because people are going to demand more of the service once it starts to get embraced into the community. So good problem to have, but a problem nonetheless based on the structures. And so that's something to look at as a consideration, as a pro and a con. They've shown an increase in service utilization based on how they deliver service, which has been one of the challenges and critiques that the cities have given to DART, is about increasing ridership. And so this model has shown time and time again to increase ridership.
Excellent. So in turn, it's providing better and more service to our residents.
That's what our research has shown. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councilwoman Villafranca?
I have so many questions and so many things that I want to say. I do believe that it is important that if Irving and Plano are pulling out of the vote in May, that we definitely should pull out. I do not want us to be the new big fish in town. There are some things that sound really good on paper. We are 12 square miles. So when we talk about door to door, we're talking about door to door from a point in Farmers Branch. But I don't want residents to be misled into thinking that door-to-door means that we're going to take you from your house to North Park or, Medical City. I want residents to know that door-to-door means door-to-door in the 12 miles that is Farmers Branch. Is that right?
It'll be a slight clarification. So the council will set the boundaries and staff would bring recommendations forward. Our recommendation as it stands would not be to be restricted to Farmers Branch, but to set general areas around Farmers Branch and points of interest as well. Some of those could be, as some of our discussions have been, well, what if we need to set special times to go to the medical district to help with some of those needs? And that's something we can bring back. We just need more data from the residents to know what those needs are. And so what the goal would be is there's going to be a lull in demand in the middle of the day. It's the morning, the evening, late night. There's certain spikes and they have different things they can show us. But it's, can we program when there's underutilization of the service to provide different use of the resource so it's not sitting idly? And that would be one to say, well, can we connect to the medical district at these times and these days? Again, those would be goals to make sure we're using all the resources effectively. The baseline service would still be there. It wouldn't necessarily be just Farmers Branch because there's good points of interest around the area that aren't just in Farmers Branch. So council could say within half a mile of Farmers Branch's border, and that 12.1 square miles grows pretty quick. But again, we are fortunate to have a city that's very dense and compact as far as our square mileage and how we're laid out to where it's easier to get across the city. And also, a majority of our population sits in defined areas, so it makes it a little bit easier to help people move throughout the region as well. So would there be changes? Absolutely. But would we still connect to the greater regional transit systems that are part of DFW? That would be the goal.
And I know that we don't have any cost or prices settled yet, but I am a little bit worried about the cost in terms of, I have neighbors, I have friends that go to downtown once or twice a week. They pay, I think, $6 on the train, get to downtown. So as this model, would this model, what would this model look like? I know we don't have any concrete numbers, but would they would have to pay the VIA or whatever other service Farmers Branch offers, and then pay the DART train an additional amount of money?
And depending on how council wants to set up the pricing structures, that could be the will of the council, or the council could say there's 100 utilization of the service at that level a month. Then council could then say, well, we'd like to discount if they're connecting to a greater system. There's ways for the council to balance and make sure the needs of the community are still met.
I still feel that if Irving and Plano pull out that of going to vote, I still feel strongly that we need to pull out. But thank you so much for the information.
Okay.
Councilman Neal?
Thank you, Ben, for the presentation. I just have a few questions, one of which is, what would be the hours of operation for this transit, or is that something we set ourselves?
Our goal would be to match the hours of GoLink, but council would ultimately make a final decision on that one. And then we would also bring in recommendations from the company that's selected to say, here's the best utilization. And the best thing is, since you as the council control it, you as the council can change it as the needs of the city grow and change. You as the council would determine what's best for the city, nobody else.
Okay, so we basically set the hours of operations ourselves, and we would certainly want to at least cover what currently we have with the DART program.
Absolutely.
Right.
And we would provide you data from them to consider
Right,
changes.
So what about, and as I look through some of this documentation, is what sort of level of confidence do you have that if we use such a microtransit service of their capability to, say, ramp up for various events? I know we have the World Cup coming and pickleball, and what's your level of confidence in the ability of these three companies to handle such increased loads?
So on two, we can speak a little bit more definitively. One is already going to use existing infrastructure that's out there, existing microtransit solutions. They would just scale up based on the number of drivers that are available that fit the needs in the model. So that one is very scalable. That's easy to say 100% scale for anything. Cost would scale with it. But VIA is one, when we looked in, because we asked those questions too when we first interacted with them and said, how can we handle these challenges that we've had in the past where we've struggled to get support unless we went to a third party? And the one thing we'll say is they've been very accommodating for every request, and they've never said it's not possible. So anything we've asked for, said these are things that might be needed, there's always a way to do it. And so you could always have the standard pricing structure, but you could just have additional units you could purchase as needed, similar to what we do for, say, pickleball, when we have a large tournament that we could add as needed. So it'd pull resources from in a holding pattern and put them over here. Or if we have a slow time, we can repurpose those resources as well. But the scalability is there for at least two of the three.
Okay, so you feel confident that they'd be able to scale up as needed, or you need more research time to solidify that, or you feel confident?
We do feel
Already.
confident in that based on our conversations. As long as there's lead time, it's tougher when it's, hey, at this moment, we need something right now. But if
Right.
there's lead time in planning, 100% confidence.
Sure. And I noticed that earlier in your presentation, you mentioned the ability to show proof of service.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that you have that information now, that you can say definitively that these providers can provide the proof of service to the level we might require?
Based on our research, yes, they can provide the service level Farmers Branch is looking for. Perfect? No, absolutely not. But they can provide the service level expectations that we believe the council is looking for.
Okay, and my sort of my last final question here is regarding costs. Now, I know costs are not total component, and as we look at this situation, but it is important as a council representative trying to be a good steward of our tax dollars for our residents. It seems, as I read through the documents, that VIA had an estimate of around $3 million for this program, and the RIVCO was about $3.2 million, as I read through. Is that seem like an appropriate number for you? Or I know there's various parameters that are still undefined, but just wanted to get your thought or feeling on those price points that they've put in their presentation, their RFIs.
So when we look at the price point, we feel very confident $2.5 to $3 million per year is an acceptable level of cost for the service we would need for the city of Farmers Branch. And we weighed that against what we currently pay into DART at $25 million in just 1 year. And so when we look at that balance between service levels and cost, the goal was to look at it from the long-term lens, because as part of the discussions have been, if the city of Farmers Branch voters decide to withdraw from DART, then we still pay that 1 penny in sales tax, but we don't get any of that money back until our debt to DART is paid. Current forecasts have that between 5 and 6 years. So if we go long end and say 6 years, that's 6 and 21, 20, $150 million. And you look at what that would cost 6 years here, 15 million. Year 7, the delta in what we've paid in would be recouped as long as the penny's reauthorized by the voters of Farmers Branch, which would be the recommendation, and council and voters could reallocate that. So from a cost benefit analysis, this is one of the challenges when we've asked for DART to provide a reduction in the fees to the cities, because we're seeing the private sector starting to step in and offer service alternatives at a much smaller cost. And so when we look at it from the cost benefit, 100%, either way the council would like to go, there are pathways opening that provide cost relief to the city of Farmers Branch that then the council, with input from the voters, can reallocate.
Yeah, I was just somewhat surprised to see these estimates of 3 million to 3.2 million and bouncing that against what we paid DART of 24, 25 million. It seems like maybe their numbers are too low, or the DART's too high. I'm not sure, but I just wanted to make sure that you had some level of confidence in the costs that they've been putting forth. Is there anything else in the RFIs that have come out that you've read through that might require you to do any additional research or feedback to go back with them and get additional information on, or do you think they've covered everything they could possibly?
We feel confident in the depth of the responses and also the research we did independently of their responses. So it wasn't just their responses. We went and looked at them. We met at least 2 as part of the journey to see what they had to say and what their service levels were all about. We also looked at, if it was publicly available, their responses to other cities to see what they're telling other cities that maybe released similar requests for information. And we feel confident in the cost pricing, because if you look at cities that are 4 times our size, the cost came back essentially 4 times as much. So when you scale the cost based on our population, they aligned very nicely.
So since you mentioned that, have you been in contact with other cities that are utilizing these services now to get any feedback on their viability or how happy they are with any one of these providers? Are they?
We have reached out to what they've put in, they're basically their service models where they show their surveys on service and who's utilizing them, but that would be the next step. So if council says, go forth and explore with this one, would take a deeper dive into their cities, go visit some more of the cities they serve and experience the service in those cities. And again, continue our research to that next phase. But from a request for information response, we're confident that we have enough information to ask council to give direction for next steps, should there be any.
Okay. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. That's all I have at the moment, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any other questions in regards to this?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we move forward to get more information, a deeper dive, as you said, into VIA and the service that they would provide the city.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second as relates to L1. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Next up is item L2, consider approving resolution 2026-036, supporting the adoption of an improved governance structure for the Dallas Area Rapid Transit Authority Board in collaboration with the 12 other member cities, and take appropriate action.
So Mayor and Council, part of the journey as we're having the DART discussions is continuing to make progress in all arenas. There's financial, there's governance, and then there's special interest of the city of Farmers Branch, which were outlined in the letter that was sent to DART earlier this year. So for this one, this represents a win in the discussions. We want to make sure we give a special shout out to the City of Dallas and City of Irving for working tirelessly to build a structure that the rest of the cities are considering supporting. And what the structure does is the DART board is you have 13 DART cities with 15 seats, but if you look at the cities' sizes, we're not comparable, right? Some of the cities are exponentially larger than us. One of the concerns from the City of Farmers Branch City Council was, what do we do to make sure the City of Farmers Branch's voice is heard? And so the request from the City of Farmers Branch was to make sure there's a seat at the table. It was recognized that a full vote, no matter how we counted it, balancing it meant there's going to be a weight to it, whether it's we get 1 vote, somebody else gets 20 votes. But the other element that was critical, and it was a concern, especially for the smaller cities, is that no one city basically had control of the board. And so to make it to where it caused more efforts for collaboration and building coalitions to get policies drafted and adopted through DART. And so what this is saying for the City of Farmers Branch is that as a city council, the goal is, and here's this resolution again, it's a resolution, it's non-binding, but it's saying the City of Farmers Branch supports a governance structure that adheres to that, where the City of Farmers Branch has a seat at the table, has the ability to make its voice heard. We will have a smaller weighted vote in this discussion, but again, it's that ability to have that voice there and advocate for the city, because right now we have a shared seat with the City of Plano. Our representative has done great work for us, but they're not a Farmers Branch resident, they're not a Farmers Branch council member, and they don't know what you know about this wonderful city, and they don't bring that to the table. So in this instance, this resolution aligns with what the other cities are working towards. Carrollton passed a very similar resolution about a week or two ago, so it's alignment with that one. Irving and Dallas both put proposals forward aligned with this similar philosophy. This would be you all as the City of Farmers Branch City Council saying, we've made progress in governance. This is good progress, and this is progress we'd like to see move to the legislature in the next legislative session to be handled by the legislature and with an outcome that we hope to see. And the resolution is before you right now.
Thank you, Ben. I'd also like to say thank you to DART Board Chair Randall Bryant for working on this and getting not only his board, but other cities on board with this resolution. And then there's also the work that so many others have done that played an integral part. Our Dallas County Commissioner, Andy Summerman, State Senator, State Senator Royce West, Michael Morris from Council of Governments. So appreciate all of their efforts in helping to put this together. I'll see if anybody has any questions for you regarding this, and I'll start with Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Not at the moment, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Bennett?
So to be clear, when you say we didn't have a seat at the table, we literally were not invited to go. We were not there. And this gives us the ability to be there and be heard and have a voice.
That is correct, with one point of clarification. In the past, the City of Farmers Branch has had a representative there working with Plano on that one, but we've never had our own seat. It's always been a shared seat.
Thank you.
Councilman Reed?
Well, it was given the year that we're in now, is about 250 years ago, where taxation without representation was quite the rally.
Topic.
So I think it's great to have a seat at the table and allow our voice to be heard. So no questions, just wanted to.
Councilwoman Villafranca?
Yes, thank you. Could you clarify, so right now we have half of a vote, and based on what I've read in the newspaper, would we be receiving one vote? Would we have one full vote? Or would we continue with our half of a vote, but we would have we would have a chair at the table and be able to express our thoughts?
Well, nothing is final yet, but the models we've seen proposed provide a weighted vote, and it's in proportion to not only our population, but our sales tax contributions. And so the vote we have now is we share half a chair that's part of the voting DART board. What this is saying is it's recognizing that a full vote, it's still going to be weighted based on the number of cities and these factors. We're going to be a smaller seat at the table. This is just saying we have a dedicated seat at the table, and the council will pick who they would like to send to fill that seat to make sure Farmers Branch's priorities and voices are heard. Again, Plano's done a fantastic job being our partner in this, but they're also carrying the message from the city of Plano as well. So it's making sure the individual voice of Farmers Branch is heard.
And then I noticed you said something about the legislature. So would this take effect immediately, or would DART be in charge of this? Or can you explain what that would look like? I'm not really entirely sure what you said about the legislature.
So in this instance, this would be governed beyond DART and beyond the cities. This would go to the legislature, which controls the structure of DART in these cases. What would be effective, and we've heard this from our elected representatives at the state level, is if the DART cities go to the legislature together as a unified force and voice and say, this is what we want, it is expected that that will be received much more warmly than us going there independently or in small groups, such as we did at the last legislative session. So that being said, it's more of a, we can't affect this, the other DART cities can affect this, but if we get into an agreement, which is what this is attempting to do, is saying from an umbrella perspective, we don't know what that final weighting will be. We've seen the proposals. Dallas's version of it was great. Irving's version was great. They met the boxes that the council was looking for. But instead of saying it has to be half a vote or 3/5 of a vote, it's saying we support, we understand it'll be weighted one way or the other, whether it's a full vote or a fraction of a vote, the weight will still be the same. But Farmers Branch Council has a spot on the table. So that's what this is saying, and that we need the legislature to make the changes on behalf of the DART cities to improve this structure. The biggest thing, though, on this one to consider is DART had a majority share of the seats on the DART board. For the city of Dallas to come forward and provide, giving up some of that weight and control of the DART board is a very meaningful gesture from the city of Dallas. And to know how impactful that is, because the other 12 cities, we could have all wanted this, but unless Dallas was willing to come to the table, it wouldn't have mattered. So credit to their city manager and their council for finding a way to have this conversation and recognize the importance of what this is to the other cities.
That is a really, really great point. Thank you so much. And then the final question is, so these are just all proposals at this moment. Nothing can be done until the legislature gives their blessing. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Neal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ben. I too would like to thank DART for offering this resolution for us to consider and potentially accept. But as the previous representatives have spoke, this still requires the legislature in Austin to take up and approve this, this matter. Do you know when a legislature might take this up or for consideration?
We can't speak definitively on that one. That would be up to, there's several processes. It has to go to committee, go from one house to the next. And so there's a lot to the process. Bills are typically going to take, 60 days to work on. David, would you like to jump in on? I see the microphone and you feel like this moment, this is made for you. Go for it.
Time for me to intervene. Next summer, maybe next fall.
Okay.
2027. Legislature will convene at the end of this year, beginning of next year. The session lasts about 6 months, lasts through June. Bills, although there are occasionally bills that are passed and adopted mid part of the session, the entire process typically takes most of the session. There's a flurry at the end of it, and then the expectation is that some bills are effective immediately when adopted. Others are effective September 1st. Don't know how this would pan out, but my expectation would be next summer, next fall if we're lucky.
So there's still a chance that they might not take it up at all.
There is a substantial likelihood that this bill will either not ever be considered at all, or will die in committee, or will be pulled from the calendar. There is, of course, a likelihood that with all legislative bills, that it never reaches the floors and never gets passed or never gets signed by the governor.
No, I'm just asking because we have some key dates and deadlines here on how we move forward on various issues or surrounding DART, and just trying to scope this out with respect to the dates and timelines. That's all.
Yeah, understood.
So, So yeah, that's pretty much all I have right now, but I do think it's a favorable direction, and I would be in favor in us accepting and approving this resolution.
I do want to express my gratitude to Ben, to the mayor. Recently, Tina have attended countless number of meetings, more than 40 as far as I understand. Randall Bryant is stellar. I mean, he got thrown in to the fire. He came in December, and I really, really want to express my appreciation to the city of Dallas as well for them being open to sharing their seat at the table, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Well, just to clarify, I don't do it alone. My deputy is with me in this process and journey and always there helping as well. So it's always a partnership.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, so just to clarify, as a follow-up to Councilman Neal's question in regards to the legislature, not only is there a chance it would take upwards of a year for this to get passed, if it gets passed, there is a chance that it doesn't get passed at all. So right now, we're dealing with a wish, a dream, a hope of a proposal. So there's nothing solid, there's nothing concrete. What we're voting on today is simply that we support this proposal as written, which is still great. I support it. But it's designed to give us a seat at the table and to remove that position of Dallas where they don't have a majority of the votes. So is that all pretty accurate?
That is accurate. And for the council members that have been on the council since the last legislative session, y'all have seen how long some of these things can take, and they can take twists and turns. And the final version may be a little bit different, but it's a journey as we're tracking bills through the legislature,
Right.
and a long journey.
Right. And as the attorney pointed out, it could just die and not be brought up at all. So,
Yes.
all right, I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah.
To your point, just for the benefit of council, in my discussions and meetings with all the other mayors and whatnot, and the DART representatives, while what you just said is a possibility, I think the opportunity for this to pass, to be considered and to be passed is very high because the stakes are high. And the elected state legislators that I have met with would all, everybody's given indication of support for this particular item. So we can't predict what they do down there, but I think this is probably one of the easier things to solve.
Right, and I agree. I'm hoping that it does go through. I didn't want to sound like I was against it. However, excuse me, as we've witnessed recently in a lot of, especially in the social media world, something like this, which is a proposal, gets put out there as a definitive. And I just want to clarify that at this point, it's far from definitive. It is purely a proposal, one that I hope does come to fruition, but a proposal nonetheless.
Yes.
So it's not something that that we can say, yeah, this is guaranteed. And if it does come to fruition, the earliest it seems would be towards the end of 2027. So it's not something that's right around the corner, so to speak. So I'm just setting expectations.
That is 100% accurate.
How you mentioned earlier, you said as long as all these cities get together, that'll hopefully make it a larger possibility for it to pass, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I really hope that Dallas puts its part and gives all these cities the respect to have this go forward so that we all have our vote. And hopefully it is not, because right now it is just a proposal. It's a, hey, this could happen. So I hope that Dallas holds up their end of the bargain. And like I said, just gives the cities their respect, gives the taxpayers their respect to at least give us the seat and we can have our opinions at the table.
And publicly, Dallas has made that statement, and their vote was overwhelmingly in favor of these structures. So the signs are there.
Councilwoman?
So can you clarify, we have been hearing that if this goes to a vote and the voters decide to pull out of DART, that DART would immediately stop service as soon as the votes are counted. So if this would go into 2027, what would that look like? Do we have an idea?
If we were no longer a DART member city, then it wouldn't affect us.
Okay.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion. May I?
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve R2026036 as it is written.
A second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If you would, please indicate your vote. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm going to go back to action necessary out of executive session, because I believe we do have some to take, so you can say what you want.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve an economic development agreement with FB Multifamily LLC for a redevelopment project for the property located at 12150 Medical Parkway, and authorize the city manager to sign the agreement on the city's behalf.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If you would, please indicate your vote. Motion passes. Thank you. I believe that is the only item out of executive session, so we will now go back to the last remaining study session item, which is C4, review and discuss future agenda items. Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Nothing for me, Mayor.
Councilwoman Bennett.
Nothing for me, Mayor.
Councilwoman Villafranca.
I have two future agenda item requests, please. The first, I would like to request that the city arrange a formal recognition honoring Tracy Eubanks for his service and contributions to the community. My second request, I would like to request that the Chamber of Commerce provide a presentation to the City Council regarding its new branding, organizational realignment, and future direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Neal.
Nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything for future? Do you need more time? One moment, please.
Okay, you're good.
Okay.
Then, yes, I have nothing.
Okay. Okay. I have one thing, and I would like, I don't have language on it, just make a motion that we move forward with the special meeting next week.
Discuss future agenda items. Then you can say, I'll take a motion.
I'm not sure that we need a motion for this necessarily, but we have a special call meeting scheduled for next week. I would like to go ahead and move forward with that pending council's approval. I see nods of approval, so we will go ahead and keep that on the schedule and have the city manager post that meeting tomorrow.
Don't forget adjournment. Don't forget adjournment.
I know, I just wanted to make sure. I got everything. So I believe that concludes everything for this evening. So we will adjourn at 10 o'clock. Thank you all for being patient with us.